Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, July the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William, and thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, I hope everybody had a nice day and a half off for the market. The bad news is there's not another market holiday for 2 months. I know, William, you're cheering, but anyway. So I guess the big news this morning is Bitcoin. I mean, I don't know Bitcoin trades 24 hours, but look at Bitcoin. I woke up this morning and it was down 30, almost 3,200. And look at it at that 200-day moving average now for Bitcoin, IBIT. And I mean, the next level for it to try to hold down here for now, again, this is the ETF, IBT, $29. That's a seasonal pattern. All right. I don't know enough about it to comment, but I'll take your word for it, Captain. So what else is happening? So we've got Zap. Zap has been an active one, very active a few days ago, actually. Actually, all last week. Well, this week, the week before, not quite as much, but all started 3 weeks ago. And right here. So Zap is up. I cannot see any news on it. This is out of the UK. Don't know, can't see any news on this one specifically for today. Getting close to that 200-day moving average, that declining 200-day moving average. Mike's, MICS, they made some kind of an acquisition of Semicab. Okay, and so there is some news on this, Mike's, MICS. Now, this MediWound, MDWD, before I saw this, a report of a takeover offer at a large premium, $34. There was some other news that had actually popped at first, and then I saw that news. But now again, if you think, well, why don't I just take everything I own and buy this stock because it's going to be taken over at 34 and it's only 19.21 right now. Well, of course, there's no guarantee this is going to happen. And also read how this headline, gains on a report of a takeover, is said to have received. Nothing is guaranteed, of course, even if they did receive it. And costs, of course, from Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday costs from Wednesday, still active. Got up to around 1882 on Wednesday. Closed down here at 10. So it is still alive. And that is really about it. I haven't seen, I mean, there's this SYT is still active. I can see that. Also, the SYT is still active. Actually, this could be interesting because it's right at the 200-day moving average. Okay, that blue line, excuse me, the blue line that you see on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. You can see that on Tuesday, it got into it, was rejected, kind of got into it, excuse me, on Wednesday. But now it is, as we speak, it is over the 200-day moving average, and that is SYT. And they launched the second project of the Sila Hotel Zushi Hayama. Okay. So this is a Japanese stock. And of course, if you look left on the weekly chart, you're going to see that it has room. I believe 404 is the next high on the weekly chart. And if it gets through that, then the next high the week before that was 610. So $4 would be a key level for it to try to break through. and that is the SYT. Decent volume already. Low float. Yeah, market's open all day today. All right, guys, just looking to see if there's any I see Macy's here. Macy's has whoever's looking to buy them out is sweetened the offer after the Wall Street Journal reported that Arkhouse and Brigade raised 24.80 a share, up from 24. So the stock is still underneath that. Maybe William, no, I don't know. Maybe you know. Is this mainly a real estate deal? Like they don't want the stores itself. They want the real estate that Macy's is on because they've got some pretty valuable real estate. Okay, thank you, William. Yeah, that Macy's store, I've been in that one in New York City with the old rickety elevators and escalators. But what a store. Yeah. What a property, as you say. All right. Okay. Archer, ACHR, a little bit of volume. Actually, a lot of volume. I shouldn't say a little bit of volume. There's a lot of volume in this one. Big float, 208 million in the float. This is one of those. Sure, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah. EVTOL, vertical takeoff and landing. Like Joby, Joby. Joby actually had a bit of a day on Friday, on Wednesday. I do not see any specific news for Archer today, ACHR. Meanwhile, what's the SPY doing? So yeah, some job numbers came out at 8:30. So we had a pop, we had a drop, and the SPY is still, yeah, the SPY is basically flat right now. URGN, let's see, URGN, see if there's any specific news on this one. Not very much volume. Well, it's up 10%, but not very much volume yet. Yeah, so we'll probably see a pretty weak volume day again in the SPY overall markets, as a lot of traders, of course, turn that day and a half off into 2.5 days off, plus on the weekend, giving them 5.5 days off. So how about 4.5 days? So again, for those of you who have our AI, the AI has been really, really quiet the last 2 days. I don't think there was a trade on Wednesday. There was one on Tuesday, and there was only one on or three on Friday. Or sorry, on Monday. But if you have our AI, I have no idea what's going to happen. So it's not broken, okay? If because we get all these emails coming in, how come I'm not getting any alerts? Am I doing something wrong? No, it's just the nature of the market, I guess. But if you have our AI, don't know if there's going to be one today, but if you have our AI, one as in an alert, just click on new. This is what I would do anyway. Just click on new, and then pick the middle one where it says I have three here that say start off with premium AI. pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you'll see. And in the filter section, if it doesn't say none, I would hit that little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. That's what I would do anyway. And then no alerts until at least 9:40 by design. And just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. So you can see SYT drop down below that 200-day moving average again. So that is key. Yeah, there was some news, retired Fido in our YouTube room. There was some news for MDWD, a potential takeover offer at $34. Jeez. Okay, I'll just flash this out here. So made a report of a $34 a share takeover offer from Solventum. Okay, so that is the news. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Again, the market is basically flat right now. The SPY is anyway. So I'm just going to take a look at the give me a moment. Again, it's funny how my news headlines, I have to load it every day now. Well, there's been Zynga, there's Seeking Alpha, there's SI, there's a bunch of them retired alpha, not just Seeking Alpha, Seeking Alpha, Seeking Alpha. But now this is the trader circulate. So there's been Zynga. So anyway, we'll have to see. Obviously, the market doesn't completely believe it. If it's a $32 or $34 price offer. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening before this market opens. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. Good morning, Jimmy. So when you see 75% in green, that means that 75% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Wednesday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And as always, I'm just looking for some kind of an outlier. Some sector that's up. Most of the stocks are up, but one is down a lot, or vice versa. I'm just not seeing that. Look at copper, though. Here's copper. Copper. Boy, sleepy old copper. I mean, and there's gold and metals right here. XME, gold's here. Don't see silver. Interesting. Don't see silver. We're Peter Smith in our YouTube room. Where do I go to see upcoming earnings reports? Oh man, there are a lot of websites out there. Maybe somebody has. I don't look for upcoming ones, but maybe somebody's got a website they want to suggest. Maybe in our main room. I mean, there are lots of websites out there, Peter, that you can check upcoming reports. Now, if you're talking about, I mean, earnings whispers isn't. No, I'm just going to say, thank you, William. I'm just going to earnings whispers is one. You can take a look at that. Now, speaking of earnings, we're getting closer and closer. We're the fifth now. What did I say, Alcoa? That's a week after the banks. So that is so they release on the 17th. So a couple 2.5 weeks from now. That's what I was looking at. That's what I saw this morning. This Mount Gox Bitcoin BTC payout. Somehow there were like 800. Wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to get the article that I read before I try to. Something about a whole in 2011. A bunch of them were stolen. A bunch of Bitcoin was stolen. A heist in 2011 nabbed up to 950,000 Bitcoins. But repayments will be made this week to many creditors, prompting dilution fears or many to cash out on their recovered investments. The German government also sold thousands of Bitcoins, which were said to have been seized in connection to defunct piracy website Movie2K. That's the headline I read this morning. The largest cryptocurrency has fallen from 63,000 to 54 in recent days with collapsed exchange Mt. Gox. Yeah, okay. So that is again, I don't know anything about most of that, but it definitely obviously is causing a lot of downward pressure on Bitcoin. Okay, now I am just keeping an eye on COS, KOSS. I think I have a price alert set at the high in the pre-market. It's it's got a ways to go to get there, but if it does, there's that high on Wednesday was 1874. JK's in the room today. Are you in the room today, JK? I have this one thumbnailed, so I want to just take a look. I don't see it here, but I want to take a look at the VLCN. VLCN has been again super active the last few days. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, not too much volume yet. Thank you, Draw, regarding the reverse splits. And Casa, Ion M. This is pretty tight right now, guys. This cost. I mean, even the spread. I'm not. The spread is only well, it just widened to 9 cents, but it was at 5 cents, which is pretty tight for this type of a stock. And William, you said you had shorts available for costs a little earlier. There are none right now at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. So Fidelity had shorts for costs also. Well, I think I mentioned that it's funny. I don't know actually if IB had shorts available on Wednesday, but I'm sure I said this not 100 times, but many times. I'm glad they didn't, because many times, you may have said, okay, I'm going to short it here. Oh, I'll short it here. Oh, I'll short it here. I'll short it here. I'll short it here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wonderful if you can somehow pick a top. But there were many opportunities where I'm sure a lot of people thought tops were in place for a while anyway. So I don't get too upset about not having shorts for something like this. Probably keeps me out a lot of trouble. All right, guys, MediWound, MDWD, making a little bit of a move now, over 20, okay? Just a little bit, little one. Now, here we go. Here we go. The MediWound spokesperson won't comment on takeover rumors in quotations, okay? It could be completely true, or it could be a bunch of nonsense. Now, they had some news, as William was saying, you were trying to interpret this, some kind of an acquisition news or something, because I saw the news on MediWound when it was doing this. Okay, and I can't see that news right now. See if I can find it here. Yeah, I can't find that news now. All right, guys, I want to load the layout that I'll be using once this market. Well, didn't you say, let me see if I can find it. You said you could not interpret the news, the MDWD news. MDWD moving on completing acquisition of logistics AI company. I worked in that industry and have no clue what that is. And that's what I saw also. They're working on completing the acquisition of some company before we saw this rumor about a potential buyout. So what I'm saying is, I mean, that news has disappeared now. Okay, for me at Interactive Brokers. Anyway, so I want to get the layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens up. So give me a moment as I say load another layout. All right, guys. Give me a moment as I just do some adjustments on my other two monitors. Okay, I'm all set. So yeah, ZAP is continuing just to inch its way down. ZAPP. What's the float on? I should check that right now. MDWD. Check the float on this one. Yeah, so it's super low too. 9 million in the float for MDWD, Israeli stock. Really draw. Okay, I did not see NNE. Is it? Yeah, it's not completely over. Actually, a pretty decent, pretty decent bounce off the bottom this morning for NNE from 2272. So yeah, almost a $3 bounce now, almost. All right, guys, Zap is starting to make a bit of a move now. Thank you, William. Yes. So, guys, less than a minute. Let's have a great end to the market open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. But that's up to you, how you want to trade, of course. You don't have to listen to me. Yeah, that NNE. is we'll keep it right here on M. Okay, guys, now we're open. I did see some news on tech. It's something about being able to sell some coal property or Glencore deal for coal assets approved by Canada. So that was Tech, TECK. There's Zap now, guys. There's Zap. Just took out the pre-market high now. Zap just took out the pre-market high. ZAPP right at $5 now. So if it can keep going on the weekly chart anyway, you've got room. 675 is the next high, but it's early. Goldfields International, what used to be GFI anyway, Goldfields International, Goldfields. So gold, we saw that in the pre-market. Gold sector was a hot sector. GFI moving higher. And there's Zap, guys, over 5 now. Now it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. That looks like it's around 530. 539 is the 200-day moving average for Zap, ZAPP. All right, costs making a market high now. Here's the pre-market highs up here. When I say market high, a 930 market hour high. So there is the pre-market high, 1624. I'm also seeing GLNG making a move. So this one had was up to 36 in the pre-market, came all the way back down to 31. All right, guys, cost is still making moves here. Big level. I mean, it takes out that pre-market high. Probably got a lot of people interested. And then wondering if that eats 1877, the high on Wednesday. Remember, that was only half a day. Hello, Wyatt. I'm sure NVIDIA is worth watching. Probably every day it's worth watching. Look at Zap now, guys. Classic reason why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes and chase these guys. I mean, look what happened. I mean, it got up to what, 520 and almost dropped $1. That's a big percentage move down. Now it could come right back up, but that's a nature, 1.9 million in the float, 22 million have traded. Whoa, guys, costs. I think it's going to get halted. I think halts. I'm almost 100% sure cost is going to get halted. Is halted. I'm sure it's halted, guys. Yeah. I was trying to get it. I could not get it. I knew it was halted. How could I tell? Well, the bid ask was 1615, 1616, and it was just hanging there. So there's our first halt of the day on KOSS. I was trying to get some, and but it was in halt formation. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at where this cost could open. So if you haven't seen this before, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen that I show periodically during the day, when especially when stocks are halted. You can't see the symbol here, but it is cost. There's the halt price, 16.15. This column here is the potential of where it could open. Okay, $17. It doesn't absolutely mean it's going to open at 17 over the course of usually it's a 5-minute halt, and it's a volatility halt. So a computer program kicks in and basically halts the stock automatically. A little bit of a breather. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:39 plus 32 seconds. And you can see this number doesn't, I mean, it'll, over the course of the 5 minutes, it'll change. If you're in this one right now, of course, what you do want to see is a number greater than the 16.15 over here. Usually the first halt is pretty good, okay? In general. And what I mean by that is usually a stock on the first halt, usually it pops from the current price. Not 100%, of course, but that's what we've been noticing over the last, well, I don't know, 4 years since we've had this scan, the halts resume scan. All right, guys. Well, there's a MediWound. So MDWD is now at a market high, okay? Pre-market high, almost 24. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just internal discussion. So the SPY is putting in to start anyway, green bar. So we've got a minor disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow down, we have the Nas up, and the SPY is up just a little bit. So minor disconnect in the market between the value stocks and the growth stocks. Meanwhile, look at NNE. Yeah, NNE. I find this a difficult intraday trader, but man, this is just a big pop now for NNE. It's a big move from the low in the pre-market, which was around 22.72, got all the way up to 28. And I'm just going to say, what's cost going to open at? And so it did open over 17. Okay, did open over 17. Boy, it's all over the place, man. Look how this is the time and sales. rapidly trading. And I think it's going to get halted again. No, maybe not. No, it didn't get halted. Thought it was going to get halted again. It was sort of looked like it was a little stuck at 18, but it's not. And again, if you're kind of new to this, COS was one of the original meme stocks, okay? With GME the same day, basically, it went absolutely in the for about a week anyway, went crazy, and then it's just sort of disappeared. But for whatever reason, well, it started here, okay? Started this week right there, a little bit of a move, but of course, the big move was on Wednesday. All right, we've got we do have an AI alert, guys. Now, I'd be careful on it. It is the MediWound, just because it's all completely rumor based. Well, hasn't E-Trade historically been very slow in the first 15 minutes in terms of trying to place orders? Okay, so yeah, it's just I don't know if it's nothing you can do about it. E-Trade themselves seem to know about it. Not for Deborah? Okay. I did see Siri. I don't have an Apple device, so I can say Siri as much as I can or as much as I want to. But yeah, look at Siri. Boy, Siri's had a nice move actually. I'm still a subscriber to Sirius. Wow, look at this. I didn't realize I should have been watching this. My goodness, I should have been watching this. I did hear it, but I thought, oh, how big can that move be with that float? 628 million in the float. Must be some news, obviously. Cannot see it, but there's got to be something. All right, guys. MediWound. Come on, catch up. I'm asking for the bid to catch up to the ask a little bit. Nah. No, now, okay, here's the downside, of course. So cost is now halted on the way down. Make sure I took that order. Yeah, thank goodness I did. Sometimes I forget to take out an order. Yeah, so that got halted on the way down. Okay, cost. SPY is not going to keep moving up forever? Question mark. Who knows? Come on, catch up. Okay, guys. Just looking maybe for another little catch up for the bid to catch up to the ask a little bit for MediWound, MDWD. There you go. Okay. I've offloaded some. This is the first alert we've had. This we did get it right at 940 for the MediWound. Okay. All right. Good one. Good one. Good one. Now, so what I was looking at, you see, this bid was quite a bit below the ask, but look at this now. Whew. All right, guys, that is it for me on the MediWound. Okay. Now, because it's so rumor based. Okay, and this is a platinum play, PLG, platinum play, PLG. Saw this one on Friday. Sorry, on Wednesday. Precious metals, so gold, silver, etc., platinum. Are you talking to me, PJ, on a delay? I didn't have any delay. All right, XHG. What is this one all about? Uh-huh. So this started trading as XHG 5 weeks ago. Probably a low float. We don't have any float information on it. China stock. Nah, no, 7 second delay. Not even. No, not at all. $4.7. Thank you, Draw. 4.7 million float. Now it's possible if I reload it again. Sometimes that float information. No, we don't have any information on it. So is this over? Is COS over? It may not be, guys. I mean, if it takes out 16 again, could have another run, but I never got this one. I was, I was within a whisker of getting it just before it got halted around that 16 mark. Up, yeah, up, wheels up experience. This has been big one on big one this week, really. You know, can't remember if I looked up the float on this one for up. That's a 685 million. It seems huge for this one. Let me just do a quick check. Sure, I looked it up on Wednesday. Yeah, 87 million. That's right. I did look that up. So 87 million. Still, we're way out to lunch on this one. Wow, look at costs again. Not dead. Not dead. Well, believe it or not, I'll stick an alert at the high of the day, and if it takes that out with any force, you never know. The high that it'll you can see what it did. It got up to 1850, and the high was 1873 on Thursday on Wednesday. So got right into that high and it stopped. All right, ANVS guys, ANVS. This now getting close to the 200-day moving average. Actually, it's got some room. The high on Wednesday was 924, so it's got some room there, and the 200-day moving average is basically right there also. So ANVS does have some room to keep moving. All right, how is Siri doing now? See if I can find any news on this one. I no news that I can find. Look what it did. Boy, the power of that 200-day moving average. Look at this. Probably almost right to the penny. 416. And look at that. The 200-day moving average is 416. So look at that blue line you see on my daily chart. It got right into the 200-day and stopped. Doesn't mean it's going to stop forever, of course, but certainly that the first attempt to get through was met with with resistance. What? There's no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers with that float. Forgot to keep watching. So pretty active scanner today, right off the bat, guys. This don't repeat the gap continuation or reversal scanner. I forgot it was I didn't even look at it. Now I have a delay on it on purpose to 9:45, but I'm so wrapped up in other stuff. Now, here's a classic, guys. People ask about using our AI enough and stuff. So an algo kicked in and didn't get out of AI out of MDWD until 2090. Remember, entry at 2170. This is not how you would have traded, MDWD. This is a classic reason why, we decided to not allow people anymore to auto trade, because that would be an absurd way of trading MDWD. You cannot. I mean, the entry at 2170 and it gets all the way up to 24, and then you let it get all the way down to 2090 below the entry. I mean, that's crazy. So guys, I really have to pay more attention to this one now. This is turning into something that I think really is going to be valuable going forward, especially when we get into earnings season. We may get actually too many alerts. This is on my homepage. This is the gap continuation or reversal scanner. Your version that you will have will be not, I have the don't repeat. In other words, I'm only going to see the symbol one time. Yeah, AMVS was moving well. It still is moving well. I mentioned this one, I think around 8. And look at this. Now, yeah, I mentioned this one because I was wondering, it was about 60 cents, I think, when I mentioned it from the 200-day moving average. And it's sitting, and now it's right at the 200-day moving average. ANVS, which is also at the high of Wednesday. Okay. ANVS. 928 is the 200 moving average, so it's a little bit above it now. If it really explodes through that, 1251, that was the high on Tuesday, I believe. 1251. Low float, 8.5 million in the float. Okay, well, we're close, draw. 8.56 million, 8.36 million. I'm not going to quibble over 200,000. Give me a moment, guys. Well, that's why, David, that's why no auto trading. Okay. I don't know. I can't answer that question regarding, but that's why we disabled the auto trading of it. Way better to use it like a watch list and manage the trades. It's that simple. So I can't answer that question. Okay, guys, let's see. ANVS, right at that 200-day moving average. Still mini struggle to get through for ANVS. Yeah, ZAP looked like it was going to start to move, but yeah, it's moving in the opposite direction now. ZAPP. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just again internal stuff happening. So, okay, Abdul in our YouTube room, is Siri expected to jump higher than 4? I have no idea. I mean, the high of the day was 417. I don't think there's any, it's impossible for me to answer a question like that. I mean, if it takes out 417, the high of the day, it could, but I have no idea if it's expected to. Depends what you mean by expected. I never expect anything to happen. I just look at the charts and put some price levels, price alerts, and things like that. But you can see where Siri stalled right at the 200-day moving average. I didn't see any news either, but I didn't see any news either on for Siri. But I mean, I have no idea why it went up like that. This was on the 3rd, but July the 3rd, but I don't see any news on it today that caused that jump. Well, not many shares available in this one. This is interesting to me. This is showing up my gap up and reversal scan. Okay. Not sure what's the volume. Not bad. Now, this is this is a UK stock. Okay. Now you're probably seeing a lot of UK stocks doing something like this. Or maybe not. This looks specific to SNN. The UK had a big change in government. Labour Party takes over after the Conservatives, I think, have been around in power for, I don't know, it's 14 or 16 straight years. So the Labour has taken over in a big way, huge mandate. So I don't know, there could be a lot of UK stocks popping because of that news, or maybe dropping because of that news. I don't know. But anyway, SNN had a specific news though. A Form 6 filing showing that CVN Capital has a 5.021046% stake in the company. You will not see I don't show the AI alerts, Hurricane. Okay. The reason being is that it's a premium product. People pay for that extra. Okay, so it wouldn't be fair if I'm just going to show it. Hey, Chloe. Okay, but this is what it looked like, and this is why I'm saying you would never, as a trader, you would never trade it like this. 2170 entry and get out at 2090 when it hit 24. Yeah, so ANVS, it stalled a little bit at the 200-day moving average, but not anymore. So this had news on Wednesday. This was the news. Okay, this is not news today, but this is like a sort of a delayed reaction. There was the Wednesday. Actually, that's Tuesday. So actually, that news hit on Tuesday. Okay, I'm looking now. That news hit on Tuesday, and that was the news. Lead drug improves Parkinson's. Okay, so that was the news on Tuesday. Bit of a rest on Wednesday. Remember, half day on Wednesday, and now continuation based on that news, I guess. All right, guys, and another one that's going a little bit nuts is NAAS. NAAS. We've seen this one in the past also. Because I don't know if this was actually got up to $62 or this is split adjusted. I really don't know. China stock. No real news on the 28th of June. They said they regained compliance with NASDAQ, but other than that, I don't see any news on it today. Not a lot of volume, 241,000. That's 13 times normal, but up to this time of day. Now, hurricane, the thing about the MDWD, though, I mean, certainly we're talking about it. I think you were here in the pre-market. So that's just one of those ones that, regardless of whether it was an AI alert or not, this is one that I had to figure out a way. For me, the 2135 was a key level for it to have taken out. So regardless of it being an AI alert, that's one that probably most of us were watching anyway. Boy, this SNN, SNN. It's got a ton of room. I mean, it's $2, almost $2 to the next low. Looking left for SNN. Yeah, it had news. It had news. Some fund disclosing or an activist fund, I guess, Sevian Capital, disclosing their stake in it. All right, no, too bad. I'm looking at this ENVX, but to me, it looks like there's all sorts of potential resistance spots moving higher. All right, guys, it's around 10:15 or so. So I think I'll go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I am currently sharing. All right, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see right at the very top. You'll see there's a promo code is still alive. I believe it's good till July the 8th, 11:59 p.m., July the 8th, okay, Eastern time. So you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription anytime in the future, please use my promo code. That'll really help to keep this room free, okay, both rooms free, because the room gets credit for the subscription and it keeps the rooms free, okay? That's all I ask. Before I do anything, I want to take a look at INST because it is showing up. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So INST now, nice breakout. And the first thing you have to do if you do take out a subscription is go through these 10 videos. Okay. They're very short. First one, you download and install your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. So you must do that to start. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, free series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created. Okay, so I would really recommend you take a look at something like that if you are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week. You'll get you'll get it before the market opens on Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Now, if you do sign up for it, please, and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. This is our education section. Here's our user guide. So there's the getting started section again. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and you want to find out about stock racing. You'll see I'm running 3 races. You can find out about it here, how you can create your own race. Okay. You see, I love to put price alerts on our charts. And for some of you, I know you like to have maybe your own watch list of stocks you want to follow. Here's how you do it. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. It should be Andy. And I'll confirm that before I take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, all you have to do is just scroll down. Here's the middle section. And here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Now, I do not have all these scans up and running, but I'm just showing you some of the scans that I'm sharing, that I've created and I am sharing. You can see here, these are the 3 races that you see right here, right at the very top, these 3 races. There's the halts resumes is over here. You hear me talk about the gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have it up and running. Okay. But again, I do have other scans that I'm sharing, but I do not have them all up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, first of all, you should not have them all up and running. You'll have way too much information. You'll get information overload. Okay, so don't do that. But hopefully I've titled them in a way that kind of makes sense, so you can take a look at them. So for me to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about, I like to go to this momentum scan that I am sharing. So again, if you're new, first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually don't go to 3 p.m. anymore. Sometimes, excuse me, usually now between 2:30 and 3. All depends on how many questions I get. But William has kept the main room open until around 4. I'm not saying he's going to do it today. Probably not today because it's Friday, maybe 3:30. But he doesn't have to. But out of the goodness of his heart, he's he's been doing this for a few months. So I call this a momentum scan. Why? Well, if I right click on it, it's an alert window. So maybe not at all today, okay? So I'll probably be shutting down anyway between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. So if I right click on that momentum scan and I click on summary, this is what it's looking for. So a lot of screening programs are out there that kind of claim to be scanners. There is an important distinction, in my opinion. This is the screening aspect of this scan. We're fabulous at real-time alerting. Okay. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, it is time of day sensitive. The volume is 100,000. This gives it the momentum, okay? The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in the last 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. I'm not trying to, the details of the scan is not important. It's the concept, okay, of creating your own alert window. Of course, you can have this one, but this is the whole concept. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for EMKR at 10:19 plus 21 seconds. It is now, almost 2 minutes later. Since then, no stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, but that's how this works. These are all real-time alerts. So again, if you like the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But obviously, if you don't like it quite the way it is, in other words, maybe you don't like this price range or something else about it, you can always add your own filters, take one out that you don't like, up to you, okay? Now, if you want to create your own scan from scratch, of course you can. Right at the very top, you'll see that the new high and the new low of the day are two most popular real-time alerts. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down to these when I get to these icons, these are the filter icons. And you can see that we've got a lot of those also. But don't fret. Don't look at this and think, oh my gosh, this is way too hard. How can I learn them all? You don't have to. The reason there are so many is that, with all the different trading styles there are out there, what the company tried to do over 20 years ago when they started, because they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different screeners to satisfy the majority of our customers when they wanted to create their own scans. Now, since those days, the company has, of course, created a lot of other scans, and I'm sharing a lot of my scans. The other traders share their scans. In our channel bar, there are a lot of scans. So if you don't want to ever create your own scan, it's possible that you could find something from me or one of the other traders. And again, you could always adjust it. Adjusting it meaning, again, maybe you don't like that price range. But as a template, you could probably use one of mine or, again, one of the other traders or something from our channel bar. Take it and maybe adjust it or use it exactly the way it is. Okay, so that's the essence of Trade Ideas, okay? Real-time alerting. Okay, now let's take a look at the SPY. So there is this little disconnect happening today now. The SPY is up a little, but the Dow is down, 100. NAS is up 81. So there is this little disconnect between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks today. A little disconnect. Now, I do notice that our AI decided to try a short on the ANVS. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I would not be able to participate, even if I wanted to. So let's take a look at these races, okay? Because yes, I am somebody who loves to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, but these races can also give you ideas for pullback plays. And again, in the guide, if you click on my homepage link, go to the education section and then the guide, you'll see that there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So let me explain this one. I call this one the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So you can see I'm running 4-minute races. And again, in the guide, you can create your own race, your own time period. I've just decided a long time ago to run 4-minute races. And since the race started, KOSS has moved up 7.8%. up $1 since the race started. Okay. And the race is going to be over in about 30 seconds. And what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you of stocks that have won the most races. So right at the top here is the number one position, XHG, won 5 races. If cost holds on to the lead position right now, another 7 seconds, then you can see that cost has won 2 races. It will have won a 3rd race. And there you go. So it won the last race. So that 2 will change to 3. There you go. Now, why are these stocks appearing here? If I right click on the race and open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Okay. You can create your own top list window. Notice this top list window. If I right click on it and launch real-time stock race. And again, in the guide, it shows you all the options that you have, including, picking a time period. But there's, go to the guide. There are a couple of videos on it, a lot of text on it. But for me, this is what I like to see. So in this top list, stocks that will appear here, as long as the price is between $1 and $50, and the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up from yesterday's close. It's got to be up at least 2%. So that would be Wednesday, of course. Okay, so if stocks meet these filter requirements, they'll be in this list. Okay, that's number one. Of course, you can pick a completely different set of stocks that you want to follow. So before we had races, what you could do with a top list window is basically sort on any column header that you might have. So there's a change from the open percent. So if I double left click on it, you can see that XHG has moved 28% from its opening trade today. That's what that means. ANVS, 21%, etc. That's great. But how is it going to help you trade? Well, this is what the race can do for you. There might be a stock down here. Let's take a look at, SFIX or Macy's. We'll take a look at Macy's. It's been fairly active since the market opened. Its first print was it's up 3% from its first trade of the day. Okay, that's what the change from the open means. But what if all of a sudden Macy's started to move? Okay, now it's up whatever it is at 2.9%. But what if all of a sudden Macy's really started to move? It was up 4%, 5%, 8%. You'd never see that, right? I mean, because unless you're glued to looking at a stock as it's moving up, you would never see that. But that's what the race does for you. When the race starts, it doesn't care how much it's open, how much it's up from the open or the close or anything like that. All it cares about is how much did it move from when the race started, like any other race. Who's leading? Okay. And again, here's ANVS. Since the race started 3 minutes ago, this has moved 3.4%. Now EJH has just taken the lead. Now it's only up 4 cents, but it's up 3.3%. Okay, that's how this race works. Now you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. You might see something like, look at Siri. You might look at Siri and go, somebody asked before, will it take out 4? I mean, I have no idea, but had you seen Siri earlier on, that was an active one. And now maybe you put a price alert at 416. Maybe if it takes out the high of the day, maybe that really gets it going. Okay. And that's why I'm saying is that you can use this like a pullback, because look at ARQT as an example. Well, that's near the high, but some of these have pulled back perhaps. NNE, yeah, I mean, NNE, it hit a high of 28.47. It pulled back. If you're more of a pullback player, maybe that's what you like. Pulling back to maybe the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like. And so what I would be doing is, you can see that there will be a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. Okay, of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So, here's the EOSE. Let's see what it's doing. Is it doing anything interesting? Maybe. I mean, maybe it's challenging that high. Okay. I would click on these. So the idea now is that if you're new to trading, this gives you a nice focus. You know, these are the top 10 stocks right here in this particular race. Now, let me explain these two races because yes, these are fun to trade when you are on the right side of them, but they're very volatile. This race here may be a little maybe better for people starting out trading because you notice that I call this the biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race. So the difference between this race and this race is that I've also added a minimum $500 million market cap, 500 million market cap, also a minimum 50 million in the float. So consequently, you rarely are you going to get look at this one. XHG is up 14.4% since the start of the race. You're rarely going to get a stock up that much percentage wise in this scan. Okay, doesn't mean it's bad, but let's take a look at Palantir, PLTR, making a new high of the day. A lot of people follow Palantir. You might be looking at this going, yeah, I love Palantir, but maybe I'll take it if it pulls back a little bit. Where's the VWAP? 2664. Maybe if it pulls back to the VWAP, that's a fairly big pullback, but maybe some other area, maybe a moving average that you like. And the same thing, there is a automatic top 10 list has been developed for you so that you can concentrate maybe these stocks for the day. I mean, look at Chewy. I mean, we all know what happened to Chewy last week. And then this one, if you're more interested in shorting, though these could be nice little bounce plays, these are just the reverse. These are the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, so many ways to use the races. The automatic development of a top 10 list. But again, you can create your own list or your own race based on your top list. And we had a question last week. Could I run a race just based on symbols I want to see? Sure. But, make sure it's more than 3, whereas the race will be kind of silly. Okay, guys. So again, welcome to the room. Now, this is, we call it a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I happen to be tied up in a trade that requires my, 100% attention, fine, I'll let you know. But other than that, normally I can answer questions almost immediately. If I don't have an answer to the type of question you've asked, I'll try to direct it to somebody else at Trade Ideas. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can give you a link. Okay. So when you look at ANVS as an example, there's the 200-day moving average. Will that act as support? Okay. Okay, so Bruno in our YouTube room says you would like to add MACD in the main chart, but I can see this indicator only when I add a chart below, not on the chart. Okay, so I'm assuming though, all you have to do, I won't add it, but if I right click, indicators, and go down to MACD. So you have a choice here. Okay, can you see my screen, Bruno? Because yeah, you can put it in a new chart area, which is what you're talking. But if you choose chart area, that should put it in the main chart. So unless you are choosing chart area, number one, main, and it's not doing it, you have to let me know that, because then obviously that would be a bit of a bug. But there's the option to put it in the main chart area. No, let me try it. I'll just put it on a chart. I want to make sure it's not a bug. Actually, what I'll do is this, just duplicate this. MACD. Okay, so you've actually tried that and it's not, so they're supposed to go in the chart. Okay, so I'm seeing it's not being added at all. So I don't know, MACD, let me go to a, so you've actually tried that to add it into where it says main chart. I'm not getting it at all. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do I have to be using the browser interface for this? Let me just see. Doesn't seem to be adding it at all. Never mind in a new or. So let me try it then. What you're saying, you can add it to the main chart area. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So is that by design? I don't use the MACD, so would that be a typical? Would typically people not want it to be in the main chart area, Pepe? I don't use MACD at all, so. So even though there's an option there, so I guess that's by design, Bruno. Okay, you cannot add it to the main chart area by design. Okay, that's what Pepe is saying. So it wouldn't make sense, I guess, to add it to the main chart area. You can't access the main. So there's a link for the main room. Okay, TT. My guess, not being a programmer, Pepe, of course, it's showing up in every single indicator. Those three options, main chart area, new chart area, and it's probably, it was easier for them to do it that way than go into each one of them and and say, okay, this would not be permitted in the main chart area. I don't know. I'm not being a programmer. All right, guys. Well, on Monday, my goal is to pay a lot more attention to this gap continuation or reversal scan. Let me go over this. It's on my homepage. Okay. I think it's probably going to be really an interesting one to be following, especially when we get into earnings season. And it's just right around the corner. Okay. Because we're going to a lot of companies, of course, releasing earnings. And that's typically when a stock can gap and then maybe reverse or keep going. So take a look at this. This is a multi-strategy window. And all a multi-strategy window is this. I can put these four that you see here. They're just alerts. Okay. They're just scans. They're just alert scans. Okay. That's all they are. And what you can do with a multi-strategy window, and usually it's used for people that don't have a lot of screen space, so you can take a lot of your alert windows and put them into one giant window. Okay. What I like to do though is because screen space is not really an issue for me, but what I like to do is kind of combine similar scans into one to keep an eye on them. So there are 4 scans in here. There's a gap up and go. That would mean a stock gapped up, and then at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse. Hopefully these all make sense. This is a stock that gapped down and then started to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing all day, of course, but at the time of the alert, that's what it was doing. Gap up and reverse. Stock gapped up and then starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go. This is a stock that gapped down, and at the time of the alert, it kept moving down. And you can see I've got them color coded. So look at Zim as an example, ZIM. There was the alert at 10:25, 21:41, and it got down to 21:11. Not bad. This is why I've been watching this SNN. I keep wondering, will it, this was a gap up and reverse. Will it give this up in a big way, 26.90? So I'm going to stick an alert, 26.88, and see if it happens later on. So, I'm going to be paying attention to this one on Monday in a much bigger way. It's some kind of a special symbol. It's a test symbol. Okay. So Buzz, if you want to get rid of it, it doesn't, it will appear. I don't think it appears every single day. You can either just, ignore the fact that it happens, or, I don't want to get too into it, but you can create a symbol list and put, because I probably, no, I haven't done that. So it's not appearing for me. Now, maybe is it because I have a 20,000 minimum? You can create a symbol list and put stocks that you never want to see and attach it to, whoops, what am I doing? All right, William. Okay. Have a have a nice rest of the day, and we'll see you Monday. So it doesn't show up for me. Let me just put it in. What's the volume on that? It's just a test symbol. I know it's a bit of a pain, but I don't even know if it's going to show up. Yeah. So what I would do, you see how 2,900, it's not showing up for me because I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. Okay. So that's why it probably is never going to show up for me anymore. So you could do something like that. Yeah. Macy's. Yeah. So that was another one, guys. Okay. From the gap up and go at 9:45. The price was not. So I have a delay on this scan until 9:45. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I do that because sometimes, again, in the first 15 stocks can go up and down, look like they're continuing, and then they drop, and you might get an alert as a gap up and go in the first 15, and it really isn't. But that's up to you. But there's Macy's 1986. Not a bad little move. 2018. That red line there, that represents the next high on the daily chart. So it's just above that now. So here, here's one. I mean, here's the CORZ, right? This has been very active. So what you might do on this one is just put a price alert. At the high here, 10:06. This is a gap down and reversal, but if you can see if it can take out 10, it might get going later on. All right, guys. Let's see. How's up doing? So the Bitcoin plays, the crypto plays are still weak, of course, with Bitcoin being down. It's recovered a little. Has it recovered a little bit? Yeah, it's recovered a little bit. Last time I looked, it was down 3,000 or so. Now it's only down 2,600. So take a look at IBIT. Yeah, you can see how it has come off the lows here, almost $1. Okay, guys. Now we have another halt here. BENF. This has been an active one on the way up. So look at BENF. So will it give me an opportunity to trade this? So this is what I try to do. Okay, there's the halt at 329. If it opens maybe a little bit above and then it drops down underneath 329 and then it pops back up 329, I might take the trade. Okay, I'm not. Again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just showing you what I look at. If it drops down below 329 when it opens, doesn't look like it's going to, but and I don't mean like down to 2, but let's say it opens at 315 or something, and then it pops through 329. That might get me into the trade. Okay. And I only do that. I only do that on a stock that's first halt. So, for instance, you see the cost here. I wouldn't do it on the second if I wouldn't do it on the second halt or the third halt. So BENF, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, if you're a bit of a VWAP player, look at XHG. There's the VWAP at 153. It's at 156 right now. It's coming into the VWAP. Will that act as support? I mean, we don't know for sure, of course, but if you're that sort of a player, you can take a look at things like that. All right, BENF. Let's see where it's going to open. Let's see if I can. 10:49, so 10:54 plus 26 seconds. So another say minute and a half or so before this opens, if it is a 5-minute halt. Okay, I don't want to lose sight of that BENF in case it does give me the setup that I'm looking for. But yes, here is the Newegg NEGG, another fairly low flow, 31 million, 43 times normal volume. Wow. Okay, got to keep an eye on this. Doesn't look like it's going to give it to me though, because right now it looks like it could open around the 351 mark. Certainly not below the 329. And if it opens up here like high and then it really drops, I don't want it. My ideal situation, maybe, open 335, 340, pulls back down underneath 329 and then pops above it again. But I just may not get that. And it could open in now. Well, okay, so I'm going to give it a couple more seconds. Usually it's right on, bang on the 5 minutes, but now it looks like it's going to be a 10-minute hold. So again, if you're in this one, yeah, it would have been nicer to open after 5 minutes, because what can happen is, this price can start drifting down. Now, it could drift up, of course. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically then there are multiples of 5. In other words, this could be a 10-minute halt. Is Chewy moving? Let's see after that little bark. Now, I wonder if that's truly what happened for the NEGG, or was it a bunch of reverse splits? You can usually tell by the float. Yeah, I mean 31 million, so that's a fairly big float. So it doesn't look like there was a reverse split. So you do remember it being up there, okay? Like legitimately, okay. So now the next challenge for ANVS is up here, 1260 or so. 1251 is the next high looking left. I think the difference between, I mean, you're right, PJ. The difference between ANVS and COS is that ANVS has some, I'll call it legitimate news that happened on Tuesday. Okay, that was the news. So I didn't see any news on COS other than it was a meme stock before, and for whatever reason, people decided, okay, we'll make that to be the stock du jour in terms of the meme stock. This to me has news. And again, look left. I mean, yeah, 20. I mean, there's the high, daily high, 1254. But if you look a little bit further, on the weekly chart, 20 is the next high. Did it move though? Did Chewy move on Chloe's bark? No, that would have been scary. All right, so this just resumed, guys. Wow, no opportunity. So BENF just resumed after the 10-minute halt, right to the second, and look at this. Probably, I'm going to say probably, maybe, almost. I'm just looking to see if it's going to get halted again. Wow. Next high looking left. I mean, it's already there, 440. Okay, we've got a halt coming up. We have a halt coming up. How can I tell? Because look at this. Look at the bid ask, 443, 444. No way in the world would it be number one, a 1 cent spread, but just sticking there. No way. And so there you go. There's a halt. Yeah, and it just didn't set up for me. You know, I'm not going to chase, but Okay, guys. Well, at least we had three alerts today from our AI. So one really nice one. I mean, MDWD, trading it the right way. The other one, it's run to short ANVS. I would not have done that. And then the Castle. Wow, this got room. Yeah, not really. Okay, 1742 is the next low looking left. So there was the alert. I don't mind showing it now. 1791 on the short for CSTL. But the next low looking left is 1742. So I would not be taking that anyway at that. Well, maybe if I'd seen it at 1791, yeah, maybe sort of met a lot of my requirements underneath that whole number. So where could this one open? Again, I won't do it on the second, okay? So even if it dropped down below 443, I don't use that little plan to take a trade. All right. So DJ in our YouTube room also said he's going long ZAP, ZAPP, and holding the VWAP 432. 432 is the VWAP. Steve Gomez, some of you know of Steve Gomez, and he loves that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that blue line you see here. So it's breaking above it, but it's got to close above it. One moment, please. All right, guys. So this is the only news I saw for BENF. This was pre-market though. Okay, so they did have some news on the second, okay? So I don't know what the SEC was investigating them for, but they ended the investigation. So that was on the second. No big reaction. No big reaction. This is a super delayed reaction, maybe to that news. I don't know. Okay, well, BENF just opened. Well, I think the only thing about news, PJ, is that there are people out there that just won't trade anything unless they see some news on it. Okay, on and meme. Obviously the meme stocks. There's usually no specific news, and I think it might just draw in more people if they actually can see some news, and if they think the news is good, that's all. Rather than knowing something is just complete and utter fluff. Okay. I mean, news is not a reason for me to get into a stock, but I always call it a bonus for me if a stock does have some news that could at least keep the interest going for a day. All right, guys. Well, BENF just popped up again, so it had the big drop. That's a massive. I mean, look at that, 361 from 485 down to 360, or maybe it hit. Well, okay, it got halted at 450. It was halted at 450. Okay, guys, I do see that IBIT is having a little bit of a move out of an area that might be interesting. $32. So you can see it's over 32 now. And so this is obviously having a bit of a resurgence. Bitcoin is only down, according to my the provider that Paxos is down 1967, 1970. It was down over 3,000 earlier. And you can see exactly, yeah, I mean, it was down 3,000 here, but Bitcoin has been recovering. Still only 56,000 though. I was amazed when I saw it was way under 60 this morning. And I know that must have been happening Wednesday, Thursday, and now today. I wasn't looking at the market at all. All right, guys, I just confirmed that it'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break between 12 and 1. Andy will take over for me. And I think it's always a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break. And the reason is we all have different trading styles, okay? 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me. We all have different trading styles. All right, guys. Now here's the cores, okay? The CORZZ, okay? So it's over 10. The next high looking left is 1055-ish, 1052. So it's got a little bit of room. So if this meets your trading style, It's moving. I mean, this is a very active one. Okay, and this was on the gap down and reversal scanner. If you're wondering where I saw it, this is on the gap down and reversal scanner right here. And you know, I was at 953, so it did not move for quite a while. I mean, we're 11:12 now, all times Eastern. Okay, Meta going for an all-time high. Really? Wow. 99.6%. So where is that all-time high? I'll have to back it out maybe on a right, right there. Okay, that week right there, 530.70. Well, it just hit it. Okay, guys, this is a gap down and reverse play. Okay, CLSK gap down and it's starting to reverse, and it's of course at the high now. That's when that trigger has to take out the high of the day. Okay. Now, some of you, you might want to put a new 5-minute high as opposed to waiting for it to take out the high of the day. That is, completely up to you, if that makes sense. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of these gap reversal plays, gap down and reverse or gap down and go. So this one looks like it's sort of following the market too. Okay, I'm just looking at the market. There's the SPY kind of following the market. CLSK. There was somebody who spoke this morning really early at 5:45 or so, 5:40. So no, after now, no. Really, there's nothing happening this afternoon or for the rest of the day. This guy Williams spoke at 5:40 a.m. Now, why would he be speaking at five? Wait a minute, because this is Eastern time too. That seems a little fishy. Anyway, the bottom line is no, there's nothing else happening for the balance of the day in terms of anybody talking or any. I mean, we have the Baker Hughes rig count at 1 o'clock, but wow, you know what's come right back is this one BENF. Now this is I mean, this is really something. 352 right back up to 540. I'm sorry, 440. Shady and run. What's 10? So it's coming right. It's actually got a little bit of room still, I guess. It's coming into that 200-day moving average. Still has some room. What's TAN doing? What is the ETF doing for solars? Yeah, so run is sort of trading on its own then. All right, guys. Now ANVS really starting to give it up. No shorts. Never been. Well, I shouldn't say never, but not today anyway. ANVS. No shorts were available for me. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Maybe a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, oh man, oh man. Look at this BENF go now. So next high looking left on a weekly chart, 538, 538. If it takes that out, 896. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I am surprised after that big pullback. I mean, that broke way down below the VWAP, which is 435 right now, broke way down below it. And I'm just trying to see again. I don't think there was any news on this one other than they've rescheduled their this was this morning, 9 o'clock or even earlier, but this was in the pre-market. So they're going to have their earnings and talk about them on the 9th. So that'll be next week, Tuesday next week. I don't know if that's the reason for the pop. Yeah, 807. So we've got 1.5. I wonder if they did another reverse split. That's about double. Anyway, it's still low. I mean, 1.51 million. That other site has 870,000. So yeah, it's underneath a dollar or underneath 1 million. Ugh, because I keep talking about it. And you can see it has won 3 races. Probably if this holds, it's going to win another race. And it's showing up, of course, people ask, well, where did you see that? Well, all over the momentum scan. And then the next question would be, well, where did you first see it? And the answer to that, on the momentum scan anyway, well, we probably saw it here first in the halts, but maybe not. Yeah, so first one would have been here for me anyway, 329 in the halts, right around here, just sort of at the start of its big move. Always a short. The reentry is always a short EFB in terms of you're talking about the ARAI. Always in the same direction. Now you don't have to follow it, of course, but always in the same direction. So if it was a short play, then it's another short play. All right, guys. AGAI. So this one has been an active one also. Probably a low float, not crazy low, 23 million in the float. I can't even say it one times fast. All right. So just before the move, okay, I can see the because got halted at 329, and so you said you alert, and that was at 1049. So you were about 7 minutes earlier, probably on this move right here. Actually, right here, I guess. And the reason why it wouldn't have alerted in the momentum scan down here, my guess is that the volume, maybe it was the volume. All right, guys. Well, had you taken this, I mean, it's not a monster play, but there's the CLSK, and I was saying, right at 1570, it got up to 1592. Not a monster play or anything, but let's see if this holds and it takes on another high of the day a little bit later. Yeah, I envy you, Draw. You're out in the west or east coast somewhere. I think you're in the Boston area, right? So you can get up. By the time I get into the room, you've already got a whole bunch of stuff in there. All right. SISI, guys, this has been an active one, super active one. You can see it started at 73 cents, got all the way up to almost five over the course of about 5 weeks. Pulled back the last couple of weeks, and now maybe it's resuming again. Okay, so let me try to help you there. In their words, this is from our YouTube room. In the stock race, unable to change the based on to change from the open, it's grayed out. All right, let me see if I can just duplicate this race here. Okay, so the based on should be a drop down, and it should be based on all of your filters that you've got, okay, or your column headers, okay. So when you say it's grayed out, do you actually see it? I mean, you can see what I'm looking at right here, okay. There's the change from the open. It is just it's just one of the ones that is. I mean, do you see it in the list of excuse me, of where you could have your race based on? Oh, you don't even see it. Okay, well, that's the case. You have to make sure that in your when you do this, the based on, and you click that little down arrow, okay? If you don't see change from the open in here, then that means it's not. Then you okay. Well, that's an pretty easy fix then, okay? Because so remember, all races start from a top list window, okay? You have to have that as a column header, okay? You have to have that as a column header. See, I've got the column header change from the open. Here's change from the close. These are all the things that I could run the race based on the relative volume. As long as I have the column header, I can run the race. So if you have a top list window and you want to run the race based on the change from the open, you have to make sure right click configure and then columns, and you have to make sure you add that as a column. So you could search. So if you have a top list window, you just search for the change from the open. Okay, I'm just going to scroll down a little bit. And there it is, change from the open percent. You would highlight it, and then you would say show column. And then it should then you can base the race on it. Make sense? It has to appear as a column header in order for you to base the race on it. Then you'll see it here based on. It'll have all the column headers that you've got. Then you can base the race on it. Does that make sense? I mean, you could take mine. Oh, okay, great. I know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to start a brand new race and, figure out all these different options. To be honest, I haven't changed any of my options in, I don't know how long we've had the race concept even, but since I created these races, I really haven't changed anything for months and months and months. Is it an all-time high? I thought the SPY hit 450, oh, maybe not. Yeah, maybe 450 was. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. All-time high. Wow. I mean, guys, remember, I mean, it seems so long ago now. I mean, this is the week of April the 15th. I mean, it's not that long ago that the world, like the SPY was falling apart. 3 straight weeks down, you know, got under 500. That seemed to be very ominous. And then since then, Yeah, I do. I have MDWD thumbnailed, so I do see what's happening. It's just over 20 again. Let's see if if, as you say, it's tapping the VWAP. The VWAP is 2066, so it's a little bit below that. Unless when what time did you put that? 11:40. So maybe it did get up here. Let's pull back. You guys talk about AMD all the time. Hmm. So what did I say was the next high looking left? 538. So it's above that high. We got way above that high. Got up to 627. The next high is 896, almost $9 for BENF on the weekly chart. Now, in this race right here, guys, you can, especially if we were seeing a stock for the first time, MMAT, I don't know, well, it certainly hasn't won a race. This is where you can find these ones that are just starting out, just really starting to move out of nowhere, more than likely low floats. And also in the momentum scan, if all of a sudden a stock shows up that we haven't seen at all, you can see this, and especially if it's relatively cheap, this is where you'll see when it first starts to get going in the momentum scan. I know you've been talking about Max N just underneath the the price I normally like to trade, but let's take a look at it. I know, yeah, you got to take a whack of shares to make some money in it, but hey, let's take a look at Mike's guys, MICS. It has not since they opened. Really, I mean, it got up. This has, I think, it had some news, some kind of an acquisition. So it popped on that news way up here, 217, and then it gets all the way back down to almost a dollar. And now it's starting to move a little bit again. Low float, 4.69 million in the float, over that 10 SMA, that blue line you see here. And where is the VWAP? 140. Well, okay, you see it's stuck between that 10 SMA and the VWAP. Because the VWAP is at 148. So Wilson from our YouTube room, JMIA. Yeah, it's got some room for sure. I mean, $9, 932 or so, almost a dollar on the daily chart, 934. It's not trading really abnormally, 1.2 million or 1.2. I mean, it's a little bit over abnormal or normal. It's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. If there's any news on this one. But yeah, you're right. It's got room if you look at a daily chart. Well, SMR making new highs and NNE is close, very close. The high of the day was about 29.32. So it is sort of close to making a new high also. Is it 844? I must have missed that. JMI? JMIA, sorry. You are right. I'm sorry. I did not see that one right there. Right. 843 is the next high. You're absolutely right. Missed that. It was very faint. So the next high after that is 934. Won't be keeping me in check. All right, guys. It is close to my break time between 12 and 1. And he will be taking over for me in about 12 minutes. Intel has to, John Galt, I love the name, making some move, maybe INTC, Intel. Yeah, nice move. That's a big move, I mean, from 31 to 31.50 to 32.25 with 4.2 billion in the float. That's a great move. So run held so far that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart at the pullback. Didn't quite get up to the 200-day moving average. So it pulled back right to that 10 SMA. All right, guys. I don't know how anybody, if you took this one, you did pretty well on it. Okay. The CORZ, I was talking about this one on that 10 break. And, on the 10 break, it did get up to 1038. It's pulled back a little bit now. You can see that the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1052. And that's what we were looking at. And again, this came from the gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. And the trigger was at 999. Not a rocket ship, but pays some bills for sure. Okay, guys, it's 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, it is available, Stuart, yes. Just give me a moment. So Stuart in our YouTube room asks, is the gap down and reversal scan available? And yes, it is. So go to my home page. Click on the link. Scroll down until you see the scan section. And here it is. Now, yours will look different from mine, okay? And it's up to you. I put a don't repeat on mine, okay? So I only want to see the symbol once. In this here, you're going to see it over and over again every time it meets the filter requirements. That's up to you. So if you right click, and this is what I did, configure all, oops, no, right click, properties, and I check the don't repeat for a day. You don't have to do the same thing. But if you do want to do it, if you want to have it look like this, only see the symbol one time, then that's what you can do. Otherwise, you know, you'll see it over and over again every time it made a new high or a new low, met the filter requirements. That's completely up to you though, okay? All right, so what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in the main room as I get set for Andy to take over from me. Okay, guys, and then I'll put my announcement up. I'm not gone yet. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up, probably in about 6 minutes. Boy, NNE, guys, is still strong. NNE is still strong. There's that high of the day, 29.30. So takes that out. The next high is, wow, 32.55. 32.39 would be the next high. If it can take out the high of today. I don't think I've seen this one. AEHL, I haven't seen this one today, I don't think. All right, so Mara is having, 20 would be a pretty big area to take out for Mara, M-A-R-A. But it's all to do with Bitcoin. So what is Bitcoin doing? And Bitcoin is still moving higher. IBIT, and that I use to track the price of Bitcoin. So it's still kind of moving higher. Boy, this poet has been active, hasn't it? I mean, I keep seeing poet over and over and over again. I mean, a while back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, this was at 175, and now got as high as 383. So I don't really know what they do. Optoelectronic solutions for the sensing. Okay, well, and it's a Canadian company out of Toronto.
Barry, can you hear me, Barry?
So I mentioned this before. This is a very active scanner, okay? This momentum scanner, very active usually. Well, it has been active all day, of course, but look at this. 11:29 is the last alert. It is now 11:59, 30 minutes ago. The last alert from a very active scanner. So things are, really starting to slow down certainly in the active ones. All right, guys, we're just waiting for Andy to show up.
Can you hear me, Barry?
Really?
You don't hear me? Oh, okay. Peter hears me.
Interesting. I don't hear him. Andy, I'm going to have to let you go. I do not hear you for some reason, but they do hear you. Make sure I don't have the room on mute. It's possible. I don't have the room on mute.
Testing.
Okay,
1, 2.
Andy, I
Okay.
can't hear you. I'm just going to leave. Okay, I can't hear you.
That's probably
I
the
don't know
correct
why I
thing to
can't
do.
hear you, but so I'm just going to leave. I'll let you take over. We'll see you at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. Okay. Okay, guys. Andy is in our YouTube room right now, so I'll put myself on mute in the main room.
All right, guys. Yeah, that was awkward. I'm glad you guys could hear me because I was doing all sorts of things over here trying to get my mic working. So great. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. The Friday after the 4th. Hope you guys had fun. And once again, this is a support webinar. So if anybody has any questions about the software, you're trying to maybe build a configuration or just anything at all, drop it in the chat there. We'll get to it, do our best to answer it. But other than that, we can talk stocks for sure. Since Barry signed off, just make sure just may want to make sure you guys can hear me. So just let me know that you can hear me okay and everything's fine. Just want to make sure his signing off didn't cause any issues. Can you hear me okay? Now I'm scared. Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. It's kind of quiet, I know. Probably not a lot of people in here the Friday after the 4th, but interesting day nonetheless. Thought there was some great opportunity out there. I did pick up. Okay, thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. Thank you, Abraham. All right, I know this MDWD was kind of in play this morning. I was patient and waited for it to pull back to this 10 period moving average. I did pick up some at 1851. So we'll see if that was a good buy or not. Okay, you're trying to create a similar feature. What do you mean? Let's see. Okay, let me see. Can someone help me trying to use the create a similar feature? The one that you put a stock in and create. Okay, you're talking about stocks like this. Sure, I can walk you through that because I use it quite frequently. All right, just go in here and I usually just Google it, stocks like this, trade ideas, pull it up. You do have to be logged in to utilize this basically in our back office. And let's say you're looking at a stock. Let's try to find something. Uh, well, Intel was one in my video. It was the highlight of my video saying, well, I didn't say this in the video, but I was telling the other traders we could see a sneak attack on Intel today, breaking out of a little range here because it just seems like something that could happen on a quiet Friday. So let's take a look and see. Let's call it yesterday Intel. Let's say you want to see this pattern, developing in Intel, got back above all its moving averages. And what you would do is, I usually like to trade off the daily charts. Even if I'm day trading, I want to know what the daily chart looks like. And honestly, I think this feature is probably going to be best helping you, find daily setups because let's face it, even good day trades, a lot of times, most of the time, will come from a daily setup. Okay, I see it all the time in my swing trade watcher. I see stocks that are setting up AMD. Great day trade today. Look at that thing, massive. It was a pretty setup. So, let's say you're looking at Intel and you say, "Wow, I like this setup. I want to see what filters were being met on this day right here at the close." Okay, you can pick any time frame. I always like to use the close because it's oh great, Jacob. Uh, the close is going to be basically the closing candle of that daily pattern. So what I would do is take Intel, okay, and always remember this is on Eastern time, regardless of where you are. All right, you may be in Europe. It's gonna be on Eastern time, and I want to know what filters were being met at the close yesterday at Intel. So what I would do is just put in Intel here. I'd go back to, obviously Thursday wasn't open, so I'd go back to the third. And then this is on military time. So you have to go 12. So 13, 14. I believe that would be 15, right? Mm, Military amount screws me up. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, it's 12. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's going to be 15. And then we'll just do a 5-minute bracket. So we'll do the last closing. So this will be the closing 5-minute candle. If I put in 55 here and the duration is 5 minutes. Okay, so then all we do is hit submit. No results. No results file. Wednesday the third. Oh, we were half a day. They're getting me. Okay, so we're gonna go 12. See, it closed 1 o'clock on that day. There we go. We got data. All right, so what it's going to do is going to give you all the alerts. Honestly, the alerts are not that important to me because a lot of these alerts are going to be satisfied. I want to look at filters. Okay, so and then you come in here and it's going to show you every filter that was satisfied and the value it was satisfied at on that closing candle. So in other words, it's going to give you the price, but let's say you want to see, what it was doing in the 15-minute range. Okay, it would give you a 15-minute range percentage, and it would say, okay, it was the minimum was zero point 0.5 in the 15-minute range, and the maximum was zero point 0.9. Okay, so it's going to tell you where it traded during that last 5-minute range. Now, when I'm utilizing this, I like to look at like daily ranges. Okay, that's just me personally. You can use whatever you want to in here. Okay, but when I'm looking for certain setups, I like to know where it is. And this is how I built a lot of my scans for swing trading, my poise scan, my uh, sweetness scan. And what I would do is come down to the change, I'm sorry, change or position in ranges. Let's see. So, yeah, like a position in 10-day range. Okay, you can see on that closing candle yesterday in the position in 10-day range. Uh, It would have been 67%, and the high end of that range is going to be 80%. Okay. So, what I do if I'm building a scan to like find setups like this, I would use kind of these ranges. Now, I wouldn't do it exactly. All right. Maybe I'd throw 60 cents as a minimum, 90 cents as a maximum to maybe just give you, and I can always kind of whittle it down if I'm getting too much data in there. But the ones I like to focus on are 10-day range, 5-day range, and 20-day range. Okay, because they can really kind of build a setup for you. But Jacob, like I said, you can use anything you want to in here. It's just I think if you get too caught up in like volume, what kind of volume it was doing, I mean, you're going to eliminate a lot of stocks that may be setting up in that same pattern. So I would kind of avoid like the volume filters. Uh, and personally, if you're trying to find stocks very similar to the one you're looked at, I would focus on the daily ranges. Okay, that's just my personal opinion, but that is how you use it. And let's say you're looking, I mean, I can go through this and build one, but I don't think we need to do that because all you have to do is just pull up a okay, there is that MDW. Nice. All right, we'll try to ride this. Maybe there's something to this trade. So what we do, just pull up a top list, okay, because we're not focusing on alerts, and then start working on it. You would come in here and maybe say, I like the position in 5-day range, position in 5-day range, add filter, and then I would just start building it. Okay, so I would say, oh, that 5-day range over here was 77 to 92. I might come in here and say, well, I'm going to expand it out a little bit so I don't miss anything and maybe do 77 to 99. And then I would do the same thing for maybe a 20-day range. And maybe I do the same thing for a 10-day range. You could do a 3-month range. You can do whatever you want to, but these position and ranges is the magic potion for me. They really work. Okay. And so that's what do. And then you figured it and you put some other price things in here, maybe price. Uh, and we'll just go ahead and do position in 10-day range, add filter. And the position in 10 days range was 67 to 80. So I might come in here and just do 65 to 85. And then volume today, I won't definitely have to stocks that are doing volume. And let's do position in 20-day range. Sorry, I was taking a peek at that NBW position in 20-day range. Excuse me. 73 to 84. So I might come in here and do 70 to 90. Add some columns. Maybe you want to know the position in the 5-day range. And then it's going to give you all the stocks that kind of look, like that same pattern. Well, that's pretty interesting there, actually. Now, I would probably go in and add some more filters. Maybe you could tighten up the 20-day range if you wanted to. And that I would use like a change in 20-day range. So Jacob, is that kind of helping you? It's going to give you some stocks that are basically setting up. Jacob, do you have a copy of my homework that I do? My trade ideas homework? Because the reason I'm saying is I'm not that I'm telling you. Oh, so you do have a copy of my homework? Yeah. Oh, you do not? Okay, let me give it to you. And the reason I'm doing it because you can go in here and look at these configurations, and it will help you as well. And also, you're going to find some very nice uh, setups in there. Now the way I like to use these. I like to use them in the evening, or especially I do my homework in the morning, about an hour before the market opens, and let me drop it in here first. I can't type and think and talk at the same time. Uh, so yeah, take a look at some of those configurations, and I'll get up in the morning and I'll look at those things each morning, and you're going to find some really nice setups in there. But that's how you do it. All right, I need to peel some of this bad boy off because I probably it's a rumor, and I don't want to be caught on the wrong side of a rumor. So I'm going to have to sell half of this. Excuse me. All right. Oh, you don't see the link? Huh. That's weird. See if drop it in there again. Yeah, something's wacky going on. Barry couldn't hear me, and now you guys aren't getting my links. Doesn't make sense. And why am I coming? Oh, I know what it is. I had to sign into YouTube under promotional because I'm starting to put my. Hold on just a minute. Let me fix that. Ellie, is that going to work? Let's see. I don't know if that's going to work or not. I'm probably messing up a bunch of stuff here. Let's see if you get this link. Okay, I probably would have to sign in. Do you guys just email me? I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm sure it has something to do with the way I'm signed into YouTube, and probably would need to sign back into uh, StreamYard to get it to work right. So just email me. Yeah, just send it to info@trade-ideas.com, and I will get you that link for sure. Make sure I got half of that off. I think I should have. Don't forget you're a moderator for this channel. Let me do that. Hold on just a minute here. There we go. Let me try now. Let me get a fresh link here so I don't make sure I haven't messed up and clicked on something. Dummy. All right, let's see if it works now. Yeah, still got me on promotional. Yeah, that is really weird. Well, it's got Trade Ideas Educational. Yeah, I'm thinking I'd probably have to sign back into StreamYard. That's why it's not working. So just send me an email, and I'll definitely get it to you. All right, let me see. Anyway, Jacob, I hope that helped you kind of going through it there. Boy, this market, you cannot stop it. Disappointed in my China stocks. I really thought I got some really good prices. I bought some K Web back at 2706 on this day. You guys know how I like to when you pick off some China. Sometimes you get some great move. I bought Baba at 7208. Bought some Baidu at 8540. So I got some really good prices in some of these things. Lee at 1927, and boy, I thought these things were off in the races. I did take some profits, but I'm not giving up on them because. But I was surprised the last couple of nights. that China markets didn't trade as well as I thought they would, especially after the run they had on Wednesday in our markets. This AI, watch this. I picked up some of that 2887. Let's move that up a little bit higher. It's trying to get through this last moving average here at 2905. Gets above this level, could really be off to the races. There's the alert again. So now let's put it right up there, that level right there. Some volume coming in the 1 minute time frame. Another one is just GDRX. Keep an eye on this one as well. I mean, it's if it gets above this, let's call it the seven. What's the high of this one? 790 area. That could be explosive. Only 78 million in the float. This is the one I started buying back over here off the 50-day and been adding to it, but it just can't get going. Smart. I think Steve was in that one. I know he sold some. I almost bought it this morning, but gosh, I already had enough on my blotter. Sound had a little move there. Let's see what PLTR has been the one leading the pack. That's a nice move there in PLRT. Kai has had a hard time doing anything lately. But if sound get going, sometimes this Kai likes to follow. I'll set alert if it goes to highs. This was my bonehead trade today, but well, I was in this, had a really good trade on this day, but man, it got me today. I had to get out just because I got out pre-market for I think around 312. And then of course I would have probably got scared and pounced out, at the open, but gosh, that what a rebound. I think this thing wants to go to $4 or 5. Just seems like every time I hold some of these overnight, the Bitcoin will gap down 8%. You guys can still hear me okay, right? I just want to make sure all that messing around I was doing in YouTube didn't mess me up. You may not even be seeing my. Okay, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm surprised, Wilson. I didn't grab that AMD this morning. It was on my list. It was on my swing trade watch. There it is. And I'm upset at myself for not buying that this morning. But you're right. It's getting right up here to this level. Of course, I wouldn't buy it now. It's not my style. After it's up 6%, chase it. Yeah, say I can't get anything going. Nice, Wilson. That's the way you do it. It's what I did with Intel. Is just I I I had a feeling it was going to break out of this level this morning. That 10-day high there. So I actually was in it, and then you can see it. Bought it back over here, and then I really loaded up right here. And with my intention is, and I do this a lot. I got a good feeling it's going to break out of a range, but I don't know how far it's going to go. So what I'll do is just load up, massive size, and then scalp it, scalp out size on the way. And now I got a chunk that if it wants to continue to go, it just helps you. It helps you with your trading. I mean, if I just take like one size and I would get nervous right here, oh great, it ran into this resistance now, and then I'd be punching out. But now what happens is I've taken actually probably a 70% of my trade off because I had good size and bang out some profits, and then if it does want to, now I got breathing room. Now I got breathing room. I can let it breathe a little bit. The problem is if you do that, and it doesn't work out, you got to be careful. So you got to have a little conviction in trade. But yesterday was his first or Wednesday was his first close above its 50-day moving average in 3 months. So I like that. I like the setup. I liked that it was above all its moving average, except of course the 200, which is way up here, but that's okay. And was willing to give it a shot. And if I was wrong, I would get out for a small loser. Snap is one I've been in forever. Well, not forever, but going back to this day right here. Now I've actually scalped some out for a loser. So I'm not up that much in this trade. And I'm kind of getting frustrated with it. When you see the market just keep going to highs and this thing just floundering around. Same thing with Hood. Now luckily I've had some good profits in Hood, and I've been trading around this. You can see I've been back in it from way over here, and I'm trading around the core position. But I haven't traded it in about a week because I'd really like to see it above this level right there. Arm at 64. What do you mean, Ron? Arms at 179. Ah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, you're not a trader, you're an investor. Probably do a little both. That's disappointing. Yeah, Mira. I just took a shot on that one that it may go when it goes through highs, but I'm gonna keep a short leash on this one. All right. CDE was a nice little break above this $6, but don't trust these silver miners. But performing well today. GDX as well. Just a tough stuff to trade, man. So I was telling Steve the other day, you sell the silver when it looks the best, you buy it when it looks its worst. That's the strategy. Okay, AI, you gonna poke back up there, buddy? I tell you what, if this thing breaks back below this, I'm gonna sell a little bit. I'm really just getting frustrated with this. Can't even do a bar reversal. Hadn't done a bar reversal in like 6 days. And Hood is the same way. I'm getting a little bit frustrated with it too, and it's running right into its 20. So, oh, let's have a Friday afternoon squeeze in AI. There you go. All right, let's see. Where is that level? Right here it is. 37. Need more volume. GameStop on the little runners here. God, just in no man's land. I tell you, CNK, Cinemark sure has been strong last month. Spill over into AMC. Intel, don't make me buy back into some. You talking about ARM again, Ron? Why is the ultra short Dow popping up? Nah, Mara, I'm not gonna mess around with you, buddy. What's that 50? If it breaks down below that 50, is at 68? Yeah, I'm cutting it. Let's see, what is that? I'll cut it at 73. Barry, you making noises over there? It's way too early. Oh, he couldn't hear me anyway. Yeah, we saw that ANVS earlier. Definitely doing some nice relative volume. Which is ARQT as well. This one was on my list and I got double confirmation because it was on Barry's watch list as well. Uh, I mean, some from 94. Feels like the next high is around 1070. So I'd love a move there. Coming through my race as well. See if the SPY can dig in. SPY is bouncing on their 10 period. That MU, it had a drive down today. It's still driving down. I'm gonna put that back at the 50 period in case it wants to come down. I barely miss it on this day. I didn't think the earnings were that bad, but you got a nice little ledge here, so I'm hoping that thing comes down, test the 50 again. Tell you what, just in case it pops back above this level, I'll do. Okay, see if AI wants to give it another shot here. Feels like the later it gets, the less chance it's gonna go through. So probably needs to do something here in this push. Get ready to add. Nah, you know what? I don't want to hurt my average. And this arc is having a hard time. I'm not going to give up on it yet. Boy, IWM still can't get just anything going. Take a look at the weekly in this thing. Just totally in no man's land. Ah, MDWD. That's why I sold half of you. Yeah, that ANDS is got that look. It's got all the necessary ingredients. It's got the look. It's got the relative volume. It's got the short float. Yeah, UNG. Boy, I tell you, a lot of people probably thought, after this move and then a subsequent move. I mean, yeah, you got double top there, but yeah, that's That's ugly. You know, I caught a couple of bounces in that and would scalp it out and try to hang on to half, and I'd get flat out of that, so I made some profits in this thing, but good lord. Yeah, it just can't get going for nothing. I gotta tell Barry if he starts whispering to me. Let's see. I tell Barry. Pull that down so if it goes through highs, I will get alerted. Yeah, Series had a nice move for several days. Gosh, look at that wick. Right up to its 200-day. Textbook. Looks like a super slide. You climb up the ladder. Whee! I tell you what, oil keep going up like that. It's not great for the economy, that's for sure. Okay, guys, it looks like Barry is going to take over. So, guys, have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you on Monday. I'm not sure when he's going to take over, but I better sign off. Bye bye.
All right, guys. First of all, I want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube. I think Andy explained why I could not hear him. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, so there's nothing going on. Maybe somebody can just let me know if you can hear me in YouTube. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, thank you, Nestor. Okay, well, Andy, I think is taken off. I had to. We couldn't hear each other, so but he explained. I think he explained why. So anyway, should be back to normal on Monday. Okay, guys, I am back in both rooms now. Let me get my announcement out and my music going. So, guys, I was trying to trade that IVP, and man, I kept waiting for it to really hold over two, and it just didn't want to do it. I was a little surprised because, I mean, I know that selling volume here now, that big orange bar, but at one point that was a nice big um, light blue bar, but a buying coming in, but just didn't move it. So I held off, and I'm glad I did. And that's the IVP. Yeah, look at Serve now showing up in a lot of different actually, it's not showing up in my in my momentum scan. So interestingly, this race will pick up things maybe a little bit earlier than the momentum scan, because in the momentum scan, I think I've got a take a look at what I've got in terms of a filter that's blocking it. Yeah, the current volume. So in my momentum scan, the current volume has to be 3. Okay. Here, I actually don't have any minimum relative volume, okay, that it has to be, which is why sometimes we can catch them earlier here than in the momentum scan, especially if they show up for the first time. And, it's a pretty low float, 23 million in the float, 23.5 million in the float for SERV. Meanwhile, the market has really not had any sort of a major pullback today. Trend is still up. Well, it's probably going to be an early day today, guys. William is not. Well, William is actually gone, so he's not going to keep the main room open until 4. I'll probably be taking off at around 2:30, between 2:30 and quarter to 3, depending on if there are if there are questions. I'll always say later. I'll say till 6 o'clock if there are questions. But seriously, I mean, there are no questions. That's usually when I'll just take off. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. Yeah, so we have 3 hours left. We're past halfway the market and only done 15 million shares, 15.7 million shares. So as I figured, a lot of people are probably taking today off also, turning it into a mega, mega long weekend. Monday, we should be back to normal. Normal. No, I mean, we had volume here. This was on the 28th of June. Well, that IVP, I'm so glad I didn't say, you know what, it's going to go. Well, I don't know how much. Well, okay, I suppose if I look at so actually, I mean, the volume is when I look at our relative volume compared to previous days and all that, still about it's about normal. Okay. But, you can just see, I don't know what the normal volume is over the last while, but question in a YouTube room. But I would say that Monday we'll get back to a reasonable amount just because of, again, the nature of this holiday, half a day on Wednesday, full day yesterday. And I'm sure a lot of traders said, you know what, going to turn it into a mega long weekend. Last last holiday before until Labor Day, man, 2 months. So it doesn't really affect us in a huge way. I mean, we're still, obviously with scans like this, we're always going to see, the stocks that are really active and moving. They don't really care that much about, the volume, the overall market volume. You know, ANVS at 24 times normal volume. Sam, I really can't answer questions like, it's not that I don't want to. I just don't know. Floating up on low volume, does that make it a better pullback potential next week? I really have no idea. Being an intraday trader, I don't really analyze it that closely in terms of what could happen next week. All I care about is on a daily basis, and so I've never done any extensive analysis on what you're talking about. I will say this though, I mean, earnings season kind of starts a little bit next week. Not a little bit. I mean, JP Morgan, sorry. Well, let's look at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs releases earnings, I think, next week, July 15th. Yeah. So, well, maybe not. Yeah, that'll be next week. Yeah, that'll be Friday, next week, Friday. JP Morgan. Yeah, so JP Morgan releases. So we're going to get some of the big banks releasing next week. Okay. So, the volume will certainly come back. I'm not saying it's going to be unbelievable volume, but it'll certainly come back with these with the big banks releasing, and then kicking off to the start of another great earnings season. When I say great, I mean lots of fun for us, lots of activity. Not predicting stellar earnings from anybody. I don't look at it like that. I just want the action. Action Jackson draw. But we get plenty of action. I mean, look, we get a lot of stuff happening, especially in these two scans right here. I mean, the momentum scan and the biggest scanners from the start of the race. We get a lot of action right there. So it's not like we don't have anything to do. You could definitely do that, Cafe. You're talking about like here in an alert window? Oh, no problem. So let me just duplicate it because I don't want to change mine, but let me just duplicate it. Really simple to do. So if I right click, go to properties and select colors. Okay, so here, right there, bullish alerts, stocks that are going up versus, and these are the ones going, well, this is only a bullish alert. I don't have anything going down. So this is just a palette. Okay, so just click on it. And now I can change it to whatever color you want. Just use this palette. So if you wanted it to be, light green or light blue, okay. So you can easily change this. So again, I'll just do it again. So right click, go to properties, go to select colors, and then here, just click on this. Now you can also change this is the background. You can also change the foreground too. Okay. Well, there's a question I haven't had in 14 years. How old do you have to be to use trade ideas? There is no age limit. You know, there's no age limit to using trade ideas. Now, in order to open a brokerage account, that might be a different issue, but to use trade ideas, okay, Cafe, you get that? I mean, it's super simple, right? Super simple. Change the color to anything you want. Let's go really crazy. I have no idea what this is going to look like. Oh, okay. So if you're 15 and you're learning trading, Chad, you're getting a good jump start and virtually anybody who started trading. What I would do is this also, there's no point in having trade ideas. No, you don't need parental permission to use trade ideas, but you're going to have somebody open a brokerage account for you. I don't think you can open one at 15. Remember, we're not a broker. We're an idea generator. But what I would do is this: if you're brand new, there's a series of videos you can take a look at. So if you click on that link that I put in, my homepage link, and man, to be 15 years old again and thinking about trading, man. Scroll down a little bit and see where it says Trading 101. Rich, are you talking about signing up for trade ideas as a 16-year-old? Or are you talking about as a broker with your broker? Okay, you're talking, yeah, you cannot open a brokerage account till what, you're 18 or okay. So anyway, okay, well then you can take a look at this Trading 101, Chad, okay? Trading 101. You can see my screen. Click on that, and there are a whole series of videos, all free, which takes you through a lot of the different steps of understanding how to read charts and support and resistance. Okay, there's about 38 videos. So it's a good place to start. You have to save your work, Cafe. Okay, you have to save your work. So, whoops. All right, let me do it again. So I'm going to duplicate this window. Duplicate the window, right click, go to the properties, make a change to the color. I'll pick that light blue again. I say okay, and then okay. That's done. Okay, now, I mean, if you don't save your work, remember, you always have to save your work at the end, even, a change like this. Otherwise, the system will not know you want to make this permanent. Well, Chad, as I'm saying, if you're talking about learning how to trade and all that, understanding chart patterns, what I just put in there, that trading 101, I would take a look at that. It's useless to take a look at our program, okay, unless you have an idea about what you're seeing when you click on an alert. We're an idea generator, so it's all well and good to have a scan, but I mean, if when you click on it, click on the symbol, and then you're looking at the chart. If you're looking at the chart and have no idea, there's no real demo of the product. I mean, I guess there's the. Oops, here we go. Why am I? Give me a moment. But if you want to take a look at on that homepage link, what the program is capable of, okay? If you click on the on the homepage link, and take a look at the getting started. You don't have to be a subscriber, okay? You don't have to be a subscriber, but introduction to scans, okay, top list windows and alert windows. You could also go to our guide for a lot more detail. So if you scroll down a little bit more and you click here in the education section, this will give you a good idea. And then you click on the user guide. And like, don't concern yourself with all the information here, but the two most important parts of Trade Ideas are alert windows and top list windows. So if you click on these, this is going to give you a great idea about what we're capable of doing. Okay. I'm just waiting for another one to show up. How mournful was that in the background? Just give me a moment. I really don't recall saying like the stock is turning positive so much as, I mean, obviously, if it takes out certain, it's got nothing to do with the market. Okay, nothing to do with the market, unless the stock is really tracking. No, it's a stock that really tracks the market. But most of these things, they don't care what the market's doing. So I'm not sure. I don't really talk about the unless you're talking about the go no go. You're talking about this, which is completely different. So, Chad, for instance, okay, just give you an idea. This is an example of a scan. Okay, it's an alert window, and so this is the type of thing you can do with Trade Ideas. You can create your own scan, assuming you have an idea about what you're looking for. And so, in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. This is a great filter that we've got. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes has to be 400% of normal. So the bottom line is, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that is the we're fantastic at creating. You can create your own scan, or you can take my scans or scans from the other traders at Trade Ideas. We have scans in our toolbar and our channel bar. You can always, adjust them. Adjusting them meaning maybe a person doesn't like that price range. They want a different price range. So of course they can make changes. But this is the big, and you can see right off the bat, 1251 plus 16 seconds. That was the last time any stock had all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. It's 118 right now. So about 27 minutes ago, that's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements. I made a new high for the day. But that is kind of the idea, of trade ideas. You can create your own scans. There's a lot of other filters or real-time alerts other than the new high of the day, but that's what I like to see. So I really don't have any definition of the market turning positive. I mean, you just say about the SPY right here. I mean, look, if we'd had a giant red bar and it would, if it come down to there, then all of a sudden we get a green bar. I suppose I could say, well, the market's starting to turn positive again. But this is only really good. I mean, I always want to see what the overall market's doing, even if I'm mainly trading, these ones that really don't care that much about what the market's doing. I think it's just a good idea just to have a general idea about what the market is doing all the time. Well, let's see now if there's anything on the downside. I haven't really looked at the large cap losers too much today. See if there's anything just underneath the whole number. So how about leg, LEG? Yeah, 1067, so it's too close for me. 1082, and then we've got 1067. That's pretty close. And again, guys, we're hardly having, we're going to fade into this close. Only have another 2 hours and 40 minutes before the market closes. Todd, I'm not just watching it. I've, I said what I was planning to do as a bit of a wild, something I don't normally do. So there's your clue. I'm not just watching it. I'm just waiting for it to hit $90. Ha ha. Well, talk about snooze alert. This SNN, just UK stock, so maybe that's the reason. You know, trades over, I'm sure, in the UK, but just doing nothing. Guys, I mean, I suppose there's an outside chance that this BENF might get rolling again. To me, it would have to take out 5 again. It would probably have to get up to this level, say 525, right up here. And if it got up there, it's possible that traders will take a look at it again. And maybe, it has an acceleration, or it may be completely over. There's that 10 SMA, of course, and it's that blue line on my chart. That looks like, that's so far, that's the resistance area for it moving higher. You can see. Meanwhile, the market, all-time high again. I'm just waiting for it to hit 1,000. Imagine the SPY hitting 1,000. And I'm kidding. Or am I? This CLSK, if it takes out 16, it may get running again. Now, this is total crypto play, right? So you're going to take this one. And my guess is that IBIT, let's take a look at IBIT. And yeah, so there's IBIT, there's crypto or Bitcoin. Oh, yes. You did. Let's put it this way, Todd. If it hit $90, you guys will never hear from me again. I will be long gone. No, that's it. I'll be long gone. You don't need me. And of course, I'm talking about, the fact there's some big, crazy price targets been put on this. I know Canaccord is, come on, Canaccord. They're only, Citigroup. Okay, they put it at 45 from 40. This is Evercore from 57 now up to 80. Again, doesn't mean it's going to happen. This is the one that caught my eye originally, the $90 from Cantor Fitzgerald. All right, guys, 126. So one last look at my homepage. We still have that promo that's on until July the 8th. So clicking on my homepage link, there is the promo code, Barry25. You've got 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And this will be good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, July the 8th. Okay? And as always, use my promo code if you're going to take out a subscription. This will really help to keep the rooms free. Really that simple. There's the getting started. 10 short videos. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. Trading 101, if you're new to trading. Whole series of videos, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the markets open every Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Basically, Steve looked at the fact that we're going to be off half a day on Wednesday and Thursday. Wasn't really feeling it. Trying to figure out something to give you as an idea for the trade of the week. And the education section is here. And then again, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here are the 3 races I'm running right here. Pulse resumes over here. My other monitor here are the gap continuation or reverse right here. And as I say, I have other scans that I am sharing. I do not have them, all of them open at the same time. That would be crazy, okay? So again, if you have any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas, you can certainly ask. Don't be shy. All right. I have no idea what the story with this one is. LB. Let's see. Make sure that what. I see. I don't know exact. I know what happened. Okay. So this company stopped trading as LB. Okay. There was a company obviously called what that had the symbol LB. Stop trading. This is that candle right there is back in 2021. And then some company, I guess I'm going to call well Landbridge said, you know what, we want that symbol, and then they took it. So that's why looks like there's this massive gap down, but it's not really the case. Hey guys, Bitcoin is still in recovery mode here. IBIT is still inching its way up. See how that is holding that 10 SMA, that blue line. It's been popping into it and it appears to be holding it. No significant pullbacks, really, Captain Para, right? I mean, look at well, obviously on the daily chart, but even look at the weekly chart. I mean, that's what I really look at in terms of I'm going to see a pullback. But I mean, so we had 1 week here. This was the end of May that didn't pull back really, not much anyway. You had a bottoming tail down to there, and then it closed up here, and nothing. I mean, I have no doubt that at some point we're going to get some kind of a sell off, but I don't know when it's going to happen. So again, guys, in a very active scanner like this, the last alert was at 12:51. It's now 1:33 Eastern Time. Last alert was at 12:51. So it gives you an idea about how slow things are getting. COSM, this was a real active one last week. Was active this week also for a while. Ugly looking, really ugly looking to me anyway. I mean, the next high now is 119. So to me, that's just too close. If the next high had been up here around the 150 mark, that'd have been a little bit different. But everybody keeps saying that, FinFan forever. Everybody keeps saying that for weeks, months, years. But seriously, I know what you're saying. But I mean, everybody keeps saying, wait till the pullback. It's going to be awesome. Eventually, they're going to be right. But, timing is everything. Well, guys, if there are no questions, I'm not going to take off for good, but if there are no questions, I might just put myself on mute and I'll, if there's a question, ask away and I'll come back on the mic. Otherwise, I really don't have too much more to say. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So I will put myself on mute now. I'll come right back on the mic if there is a question or if I have something to say. I see what you're talking about with the BENF. The BENF now is well, it's still struggling to get through that 10 SMA. The VWAP 473. So yeah, it's just below the VWAP. You know, if it takes out that 10 SMA and it gets above the VWAP, I still think it has to get above 5 for people to get really interested in it. But yeah, I mean, it could have that late day run. Okay, guys. So muting myself now. Now I might have to get right back on. Look at Ben F now. Yeah, Ben F now. It's getting close to that little area. That high right there is 524. So Ben F is getting, yeah, through the VWAP, through that 10 SMA. It could be, and the volume is coming in. It could, what time is it now? 142. So this still has another 3 minutes to close. So that's a substantial amount of volume coming in. It's not the absolute amount. It's in relation to, the previous, the previous 45 minutes. And it's looks like it could get above that one also. So it could turn into the fourth largest volume bar of the day. Okay, guys. Well, again, I have my alert set up here, and that is possibly if the volume keeps. Look at the volume now. Anyway, on mute. Okay, Jacob, I don't, but I can ask Andy Ford, I guess. Andy's homework scanner link. Okay, I can ask him for it. He's still around. Okay, so if he responds, Jacob, he's still around. But if he responds soon, I'll pop the link in there. Okay. So back on mute. And here it is, Jacob. Here it is. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I was outside. Pepe, yeah. Jacob, I posted Andy's link right underneath where you asked the question. Okay, I posted right underneath where you asked the question. If you can see my screen still, see, you asked, does anybody have Andy? And I posted it right underneath. Okay, really? Wonder why. So you see my screen though, right, Pepe? You see there is the link. Let me post it in the StreamYard. How about if I? Oh, I see. Okay, so you just had to refresh. And yes, William, I did see that. Thank you. I did see that. I was outside. I don't normally do this. I was outside. Oh, not on yours. Okay. Okay. Well, let me get it again. Maybe I'll post it in. How about if I post it here? Why it's not showing up in YouTube, I don't know. Okay. So Jacob, if you can hear me, it is posted. Okay. So William said he will keep the room open until what time? About 3:30. Okay, great. So this wasn't terrible, I mean, late day. There's the ITOS. Okay, gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. We had the alert, 14.15. Got up to 14. Actually, pretty good. A 20-cent run. I'm not saying you could have got it right at 14 and got right out at 14.35, but definitely, I'm definitely going to be watching this scan next week. All right, guys, getting close to the end here for me. Thank you, William, for showing up. Yeah, so you look at the Ben F. I mean, it looked really. In fact, when I came back upstairs, I saw that. I thought I saw, I saw that we had a price alert on it. It did take that out, but then it dropped immediately. So I wouldn't be monkeying around with anything right now, personally, anyway. So VIX, VYX, not the VIX, but VYX. Okay, VYX. William posted talk of considering sale of a digital banking unit. All right, so I guess that was the reason for the pop. And then the drop. Okay, guys, so for those of you in YouTube, if you want to hang around until 3:30 in the other room, in the main room, here is the link till they get into the main room. I wonder, this could be a late dayer, guys, this SNN. I mean, maybe it gives up the 2690 in a big way. Keep looking at these. These are the original alerts from this gap continuation or reversal scan. So you can see the SNN way back here. Where are you? Right back here at 9:56. That's the time. 2694, and it's at 2690. Did the CLSK take out 16 in a big way? No, yeah, not really. 1615. Okay, guys, are there any last minute questions? Because I think I will take off now. If there are questions, I'll hang around, but and we should be back to sort of normal on Monday, getting the volume back. We'll get some of the big banks releasing earnings. I think JP Morgan, I think I said was on Tuesday. Goldman Sachs, I think, is on Friday. So we'll get some of the big banks earnings releases next week. So I'll give it another minute. If I don't see any questions, I'm going to take off. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to take off now. So again, thanks for all the help today, and I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, Monday morning. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you then. So I'm going to get rid of the screen sharing in the main room. And now I'll mute myself in the main room. Yeah, well, Well, Jacob, do you see the link though I put in? You were looking for Andy's link, okay? Do you see it right above where you just posted? Yes. Yes. Right above. That's okay. Don't worry about being that guy. I understand what you mean. Don't worry about that. So that link right above. Okay. Let me know when because I want to shut down. So let me know once you've got that link. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It is not that link right above. That is that's to get into the trading room. Okay. If you can see where, if you scroll up just a little bit more, it says Andy Lindloff, 146, that's the time. And then there is the cloud link. Okay, can you see it? Let me put it in again, just so I make sure you've got it. Okay, do you see that cloud link I just put underneath where you said my apologies, being that guy? Can you see the link? I just put it underneath. Just let me know, okay? Yes. Yes, Jacob, or no? You guys can hear me, right? In YouTube, I haven't muted myself in YouTube. Okay, good. Great. Okay, YouTubers, so I will shut you guys down now. So have a great weekend, and I'll be on the mic in YouTube at 9 o'clock Eastern time, Monday morning.